I would like to call to order the regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Education on September 30th at 4:30 p.m. May I have a motion and a second, please, to approve the agenda for tonight?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
That's good. We needed all the votes. Any noes or abstentions? Excellent. We will go into closed session, but first, members of the audience may address the board on any listed closed session items. Persons wishing to address the board regarding an item scheduled for closed session are asked to submit a request to address the board prior to the start of closed session. Comments from visitors shall not exceed 3 minutes unless the time limit is waived by majority of the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. Tonight for closed session, we have item 3.3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. 3.4, conference with labor negotiators, conference with district labor negotiators Dr. Annette Alpern, Dr. Nick Stephanie, Dr. Allison Garland, and Dr. Nicole Wesley concerning negotiations with the Redondo Beach Teachers Association, the California School Employees Association, American Federation of Teachers, and non-represented employees. Item 3.5, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, AB 218. Item 3.6, public employee performance evaluation, titled Superintendent. And item 3.7, conference with real property negotiators, RBUSD-owned Alta Vista Park site, RBUSD-owned Anderson Park Senior Center and associated parking area, RBUSD-owned Aviation Park site, city-owned parking lot serving Adams Middle School, RBUSD-owned Franklin Park site, and RBUSD-owned 200 North PCH Redondo Beach Avenue. Would any members of the public like to address the board on any closed session items? Since there are no members of the public, do we have any advance written requests? Excellent. Is there a motion and a second to recess to closed session?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Excellent. We will be back at 5:30. All right, we are reconvened to open session at 5:37 PM. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance by Danielle Duncan, Executive Director of Special Education.
Please rise and place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you. In closed session tonight, we covered items 3.3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. We received information and gave direction to staff. On item 3.4, conference with labor negotiators, the board received information and gave direction to staff. On item 3.5, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation AB 218, the board received information. On item 3.6, public employee performance evaluation, the board received information and gave direction to staff, and we will reconvene after the meeting on item 3.7. Do we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the September 9th regular Board of Education meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the September 12th, 2025 Board of Education workshop meeting.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. Moving on to reports to the board, 7.1, the Beach Cities Health District 24-25 School District Health Reports by Emery Chen, Beach Cities Health District Director of Wellbeing Services.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Great. Good evening, school board members, Dr. Wesley, executive team, and community members. I'm Emery Chen, Director of Wellbeing Services at Beach Cities Health District. I'm grateful for the opportunity this evening to recognize BCHD's partnership with RBUSD and our collaborative impact on empowering our community through wellness and care. A summary of BCHD's accomplishments with RBUSD and the neighboring Beach Cities districts for fiscal year 24-25 are captured in the school district health report that I've given you. Next slide. As BCHD marks its 70th anniversary, yes, we were established in 1955. This provides us an opportunity for the newly designed Wellbeing Services Department to restructure our programming and support to RBUSD while maintaining the same commitment to our health priorities of mental health and substance use, as well as physical health. Alcove Beach Cities has firmly rooted itself in the community. This November will be 3 years that that Youth Wellness Center has been open. And our Youth Wellness Center is now in the position to absorb management of our existing long-standing partnerships and engagement with Beach Cities middle schools and high schools and streamline them into the integrated range of emotional, physical, and social support services to young people ages 12 to 25. Now, this paves an opportunity for the newly designed wellbeing services that I direct to evolve and serve as bookends to Alcove Beach Cities. By focusing attention to children ages 0 to 11, along with supplemental support to the most influential adults in the lives of our youngest population, which are our parents, caregivers, and our education professionals. If we're considering ourselves as true preventionists, remaining in front of public health needs and trends, this expanded attention to these specific target populations will make our efforts more comprehensive. As we know in the field of education, there is heavily researched understanding that prevention work during the crucial developmental period of years 0 to 5 are immensely important because of it lays the foundation for a child's long life well-being, health, and success. Early experiences profoundly affect brain architecture, learning, behavior, physical, and mental health. Furthermore, in the words of our former U.S. Surgeon General, Dr. Murthy, the work of parenting is essential not only for the health of children, but also the health of society. We know that the well-being of parents and caregivers is directly linked to the well-being of our children. So therefore, as your special health district in the area, high levels of reported parental stress, elevated rates of teacher burnout, and the current loneliness epidemic that we're facing amongst our adults are significant public health concerns that motivate my Wellbeing Services Department to take this balanced approach to preventive health. So in order for our youngest population to thrive, equal amounts of a concentration must be invested towards the wellness of those who spend the most time raising them. So we look forward to another successful year working with RBUSD that will include the 18th year of Live Well Kids Nutrition and Garden Program, which is hard to believe we've been around that long for that program. Another year working with Dr. Stephanie with Work Well to Live Well, featuring our employee wellness program and our new Wellable app and platform, as well as continued innovation and exploration of how we can serve these targeted populations that we want to help thrive. And so thank you again. We look forward to working with you another year, and have a good evening and good luck with this new school year.
Thank you for that. Always appreciate the partnership. Up next, RBUSD Special Education Transition Program presentation by Danielle Duncan, Executive Director of Special Education.
Hi, good evening. Board President Elder, school board members, Executive Cabinet, Dr. Wesley. I stand before you as the proud Executive Director of Special Education for the Redondo Beach Unified School District. And I'm very excited to share with you some information about one of our amazing programs within the district, which is our Adult Transition Program. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so for those who are not familiar with the Adult Transition Program, we serve students ages 18 to 22 that are working on typically an alternative or a modified curriculum and benefit from receiving special education services through the age of 22. Through this brief presentation, I'm going to go through kind of the aspects of the Adult Transition Program, which include those that are in there. The key components are work experiences, supporting with independent living instruction, living skills instruction, and community-based instruction. Overall, our program prepares students with developing greater independence and an ability to access and navigate our Redondo Beach community. Our program is very much aligned with our district's strategic plan. We have structured lessons. Again, I'm going to talk a little bit about our Teach Town curriculum further on in the presentation, but it is very much aligned to academic achievement of our students that we serve in this program. Additionally, it supports with building social emotional development for our students as we're working again on building their independence, their ability to navigate and interact with other community members, and then additionally their post-secondary preparedness. So we're preparing them for potential employment opportunities in the community as well through our Adult Transition Program. Thank you. So we couldn't do this wonderful work without our fabulous special education team at the Adult Transition Program. So we have two teachers that support the program, LaShawn Jones and Andrew Saxena. And then we also have the support of some phenomenal instructional assistants as well that support our students in accessing this program. And the administrator that supports the Adult Transition Program is the amazing Melissa Coughlin, who is our Director 1 of Special Education. Okay, so as I mentioned, there's some key components, and one of those is work experiences for our students. So it provides hands-on learning and opportunities for students to practice essential skills out in the community. We're really thankful for our district partners, which include like nutrition services and M&O that provide opportunities for our students to get some work experience. And then we also have some fabulous community partners that provide experiences for our students to practice employment skills in a real world occupation. Another key component is development of independent living skills. So some of that includes those items that are mentioned there. So personal care, supporting our young adult learners with appropriate dress and personal hygiene when they're out in the community and at an employment site. Personal organization, which it might include, managing their time as young adults and adolescents out in the world. Time management is an important skill to develop. In food preparation, the program might support students with meal planning in a way that is focused on nutrition. and also budgeting when you're out and grocery shopping. Clothing care could involve laundry and appropriate laundry care and retail shopping. Money management is learning to save and budgeting appropriately. And home maintenance might include taking care of your personal items and maintaining a clean environment. The third component, key component of our program is our community-based instruction. So again, providing our students with opportunities to get out into the real world and practice some functional skills, and including navigating the community, engaging with our community partners like the fire department, fostering independence in decision-making and communication with community members. Again, here's another one of our students who's kind of out in the community. Overall, our community-based instruction is really focused on building functional communication for a lot of our students, navigating the community safely, which includes reading and following community signs. It might also be navigating transportation, either public transportation or utilizing, apps for transportation services. Seeking assistance, so knowing who those community members are that are safe to go to in time of need. I mentioned traffic safety, and then again, money management. And the key component for me is that all of these experiences occur in the community in which our students live, and so they have an opportunity again to engage with individuals that they might see on a regular basis and gain some familiarity with the community overall. So we're very thankful to the school board and to the teachers who participated on our curriculum committee. Through their leadership and the support of the school board, we adopted the Teach Down curriculum, which has been a great addition to our adult transition program. So it's very much aligned with the key components of the program in terms of developing independence and targeting functional life skills. Again, it is supporting our students, our young adults, as they are preparing for their adult life. Additionally, the Teach Down curriculum is very engaging and is technology-based. And as we know, the world in which we live in now is very technology heavy. And so again, in terms of preparing our students for life after they leave the school district, this curriculum also is aligned with that as well. And then our program outcomes, so similar for, a lot of our programs for our students with disabilities, we're focused toward their progress towards IEP goals. That also includes their independent transition plan goals as well. So the program is very much aligned with that. Again, we're working on fostering independence in our students overall, and increasing their student confidence as well. I mentioned the opportunities for inclusive interactions in our community and building stronger connections. So for those, again, who are not familiar with the transition program, Connie's Cafe is one of their shining glories, I guess, to speak. So the first Connie's Cafe of this year is October 24th. So please save the date, mark your calendars, come and you'll have an opportunity to engage with our students as they practice some of these real life skills in Connie's Cafe, from customer service and greeting to money management. If you're purchasing coffee or donuts, they also engage in some entrepreneurship. So they create materials for sale as well. Yeah. Thank you very much. Any questions?
I would just say thank you. Connie's Cafe is amazing. It's such a wonderful experience getting to interact with them and see their enthusiasm and excitement. But it's also just wonderful learning about this program. There's so many great programs that really help our students. So love getting to share this with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Questions?
Thank you.
Up next, perfect timing, I think fresh from a tennis tournament, is our student board member report by Keely Gould.
Thank you. Yes, I did just come from the RHS versus Penn tennis match, and we beat them for the second time ever. So, yes. Very exciting. Okay, good evening, everyone. Our football team won the last two games against Orange and Banning. Thank you for the flock for showing up. Speaking of our flock, we have officially won the #1 student section in LA for the 4th time in a row. Yes, and then as you see up on the screen, I just wanted to share a few photos just to emphasize how large and spirited our flock is and why we keep winning #1 student section of the week. So our homecoming dance theme has been announced as an XOXO New York Vibe dance on October 18th from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. at RUHS. RUHS Performing Arts proudly presents Urinetown, featuring 90 RUHS students on stage, backstage, and in the orchestra. Come see it October 9th, 10th, 11th at 7 p.m. and October 12th at 2 p.m. Last week, we had a 2-day club rush at Redondo with over 100 clubs, allowing students to find their place on campus. I'm also very excited to announce that I had an amazing young leaders meeting about 2 weeks ago with the new young leaders. I also wanted to share a few updates from middle and elementary schools. With fall around the corner, Paris will have their fall carnival on October 24th. Barrow Heights Elementary recently had its 100th year anniversary. And finally, the elementary schools all took part in the Start with Hello week 2 weeks ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Superintendent's report with Dr. Nicole Wesley.
All right, thank you. I just want to start off by acknowledging that September is a very busy month for everyone, in RBUSD particularly our teachers. And so we are going to highlight their work in terms of, and then this isn't working, so maybe I don't know what's going on, but maybe I can get a little help. Back to school night. The back to school night programming at the schools was just amazing, and I know that you experienced it as well. But just want, obviously, to report on that, just show some fun pictures and updates. Okay, thank you. Let's start with a little bit of highlight of elementary. Okay, yeah, sorry. I wish I could control my own PowerPoint, but apparently I can't. Okay, so I'll just say next slide. How's that, Susanna? We can be in unison? Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. And then, okay. So the next slide is going to show some pictures, likely I think at Alta Vista and Burrell, just some highlights there. As you can see, the classrooms were pretty packed and full, and I'll just go through these pretty quickly. The next slide, highlight Miss Bell there in Toledo. Again, very print-rich, beautiful student work. It's just so fun to look at and see, and, 1 month of school, and we're just off and running. The next slide, and I'll let everybody read it as we go. We have some highlights at least at Lincoln and Bernie. And again, staff members just sharing about themselves, about the curriculum. Thank you, about the work that students will be doing in their classrooms. There you go. Oh, perfect. We want to acknowledge our staff, for putting in long hours, prepping and planning every day, lesson planning, but also for back to school night. It takes a lot of effort, and it shows, and the parents are really impressed when they come in and see where their children spend, a lot of their days and time. So it's like they're home away from home, and it's just a great experience for their parents. We also want to thank our principals for leading meetings, and also for this other support staff helping to set up. There's some fun pictures there for Washington, and I believe that's Miss Glent. Also, we want to thank our PTAs at every site and our Ed Foundations for their representation. And some of the schools also had tables from community partners, city, et cetera. So that was great. We love seeing so many parents come out and literally walk the halls that their children walk every day, visit the classrooms that their children visit, and sit in their child's seat. And some of them had opportunity to write their children a note, so that was really cool. Now on to middle school. This picture is at Paris Middle School. I had a chance to visit at Paris. What's fun about middle school and even high school is you see a lot of students. And so that was cool, seeing them greeting, helping people find classrooms, and of course our bands providing some entertainment prior to. Again, our community sponsors coming, making a difference. You see Mr. Cho Waldo up there, found his way to the RBF table. And we had our Skechers walk tables there. So everybody sign up for the Sketcher walk. It's not too late. Shout out for that. Displays, bulletin boards, obviously, were put together. There we go, the Peak Pearl team over at the Paris, their front office team, their administrators, counselors, for all the staff to see. middle school teachers giving their presentations, and seeing our parents going from classroom to classroom. It's fun. Now we're going over to Adams. Even our wellness center was open at Adams. Here's some Adams highlights. Some more highlights from our middle school and all the things in which are presented to our parents so they know what their children experience on a daily basis. But again, we want to thank our staff for going above and beyond and their commitment to our students and our schools. High school back to school night. This was fun for me as a parent. I actually got to go to my children's classroom, so it was cool to be able to sit there and listen and just, again, be in awe of all that our students are learning in the classrooms. And so just some highlights again. I'll let everybody just kind of look at the pictures. This is always posted on the webpage, so the next day, so if anybody actually wants to go back and look at it and share it, you're more than welcome to. If you're not familiar with high school, we have 10 minutes to get to each class, so it's much appreciation to our students who are doing it. Teachers covered classroom policies, homework policies, classroom expectations, goals for the class, and which is also cool, they shared about themselves too, so we got to learn about their families, their hobbies, where they went to school, see pictures of their families. I liked that part because you just really get to see it as humans who are engaging with our young humans. So that was really cool. Oh, and this picture I liked, and you can look it up. The Carol Dweck there's a quote on mindset on the far right, which I thought was really cool. So we were able to learn more about our student teachers. So you can see here about the About Me. I shared that. And then last but not least, we've rounded up the month because every week was a back-to-school night, starting with elementary, then middle, then high school. And then we just finished this last week at Dreisler Continuation School with Mr. Brandt and his staff, clearly making a difference in the lives of every student at Dreisler. A parent stood up and said to Mr. Brandt, my child is a different person. Like, it got emotional. It was so cool to hear parents talk about their children's experience and how they feel connected to the school and the staff and how they found their place. And so we're just really grateful for the Dreisler teachers as well and their devotion, not only to back to school night, but to the students that they serve. You can see, again, as well, their sense of care for each student, and they got to meet each of their students' parents. So it was a great night. I want to thank everybody who participated in it and all of our staff for putting it together. It's a lot of work, but it's a great way to start off the year. Also, while I have everyone's attention, just want to point out that our school year in review went out. We're really excited about it. It's posted on our website for anyone who wants to look at it, highlighting our school district. I will say a neighboring district, I won't say which district, had the audacity to send their school year in review to a whole bunch of local districts. Even my mom, who lives in Carson, got a copy of it. But she called and said, why would they send that out, especially after you sent yours out? I mean, you look at theirs and you look at ours, and wow. I mean, they did you a service, actually. So anyway, that's my mom's commentary. She's usually right. Anyway, just wanted to share that this is a team effort again. We start in March, and it takes us all the way to August, putting a lot of work into really selecting the programs we're going to highlight. There's so many, so it's fun to do. But also to acknowledge that we won a national award for our publication. Our communication experts sent it in, and we won, and we're recognized. So we love the attention, of course. But we're just proud of all that it represents, because it represents a lot of work and a lot of programs. And we did highlight the ones that were sponsored by the PTA and the Ed Foundation. So that was great. Okay, before I close, I do want to congratulate Mr. Winkler, who is here. He is now our director of the South Bay Adult School. Come on up, Mr. Winkler. He officially starts tomorrow, although I saw him moving some boxes earlier today.
Light ones. They were very lightweight. Thank you, Dr. Wesley, Board President Elder, members of the school board, members of the cabinet. Thank you. I am very excited to take the reins at the South Bay Adult School and serve the school district in a new and different capacity. This is my third school to support and serve the district as the site leader for, and I'm privileged to do so, and I'm looking forward to digging in. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Winkler, and thank you in advance. We are not hiring behind Mr. Winkler, so he'll be taking on some of those duties that he had, plus the new duties. So we really want to thank you for that, Mr. Winkler. Last but not least, we want to do our first Faces and Stories. This is our way of acknowledging staff throughout the year, so our first one is done. Let's see who it is.
My name is Greg Lindsay, and for this job, CDC teacher. Been here 6 years. Started out at Borough Heights, and then and worked a little bit at the high school, and then COVID hit. Things kind of changed a little bit, and I've landed here at Toledo, and this is going into my 5th year here. I have a comparison. I used to work in Torrance District. When I came here, it's a smaller district. I think it's a little more intimate. You get to know people better. I just feel it's a well-run district, and you're able to communicate with people being smaller as well and well-run. So if you need something or have a concern about something, and it's easier to get that help and support. For fun, it's interesting. So I have 2 daughters, one who's 18 and one who's 20. My youngest just started college. My younger daughter played softball, pitcher of the year in the area. So,
That's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are some wonderful highlights. Up next is our hearing section. Members of the audience may address the board on any topic regardless of whether it is listed on the agenda. However, due to the Brown Act regulations, the board cannot engage in public discussion on items not on the agenda. Topics not on the agenda, which are brought to the board's attention, may be investigated by the administration and a report made to the board, either publicly or privately, at a future meeting. Comments from visitors shall not exceed 3 minutes unless the time limit is waived by a majority of the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. All right, we do have some advanced written requests. First up is Otis.
Hello, my name is Otis, and I'm a 4th grade student at Jefferson Elementary School. I love riding my bike every day. It's my favorite way to start the morning because it gives me exercise and helps me feel healthy and gets my brain ready to learn. I worked really hard to build up the strength to ride up all the hills in our town. And don't be fooled, I'm not riding an e-bike. I pumped the pedals the whole way. This is my very first year riding on my own, well, with an adult and my siblings by my side. I've already learned how dangerous it can be riding a bike in traffic. The scariest place I ride through is the intersection at Ford and Aviation. In just the last week alone, I saw some really dangerous things. A car completely ran a red light, drove straight into the intersection, and sat there and blocking traffic in every direction. It was so scary watching all the cars trying to figure out where to go. That same day, I saw a cyclist just like me and not on an e-bike flip off his bike in the middle of that same intersection. Over the weekend, there was a terrible collision. I spoke with police officers at the scene. They told me it's well known how dangerous this intersection is, but it's still my route to school every single day. That's why I'm here today, to ask you for your help. I know that crossing guards are paid by the city, not the school. But I also know how powerful your support can be. You can do this by sharing information about how many Jefferson families live on the north side of aviation, and by helping to show the city how important this intersection is. Your voices, along with ours, can help convince the city to place a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation. Riding or walking to school should be safe, fun, and a healthy way to start the day. With your support, we can make it safer for kids like me to get to school every morning without fear. Thank you for listening and for caring about the safeties of students in our community.
Thank you. Up next will be Tondra Gardner, followed by Jackie Nichols.
Good afternoon, or good evening. What time is it? Okay, so my name is Tondra Gardner, and I'm here on behalf of Connections for Children, which is your local resource and referral agency. And I just wanted to come because it's the beginning of a new school year. And what we're most known for in the community is providing child care referrals or providing subsidized assistance, paying for child care. But we do have a lot more services. So I just wanted to kind of put a face to the name. We've been in the community for almost 50 years. And our main focus is actually the same focus you all have. We understand that we want to foster lifelong learning, and those early experiences matter. And so one of the things that we always try to do is support the families of the early learners as well. So just wanted to put a face to the name. We have multiple services. All of our services are free. We provide child care, as I mentioned, for parents who are looking for care. We provide information on like how to support your families with learning engagement and family learning opportunities. We also do professional development opportunities, which may be of interest to some of your staff as well to continue their professional development. So once again, my name is Tondra. I'm here on behalf of Connections for Children. I do have some resource packets, but I realize now I did not bring enough for everyone. So I don't know if you would like me to just leave one or two and along with, okay, so I will leave the ones I have, and then they have my card as well if you would like more information. So thank you for your time and enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Motion to receive and file? Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Thank you. Up next, Jackie Nichols, followed by Barbara, Bay. Sorry.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Wesley, Dr. Stephanie. I'm Jackie Nichols, a proud RBUSD teacher for the last 26 years. And I'd like to begin by speaking about the district's position regarding declining enrollment and how it's contributed to its deficit spending. We as a teaching body have been told many times that the district has no extra money for teacher raises or to help offset the significant health benefits increases. At the close of last school year, we were told that the district had in fact been operating at a deficit, not just because of declining enrollment, but because of other contributing factors. Yet, new district administrative positions seem to appear yearly, with 3 new ones just announced this school year. Teachers need help in their classrooms. We need smaller class sizes. We need more boots on the ground to help us manage. Additionally, when my job gets too difficult or too much, I'm told to attend a professional development to help me learn more about what to teach, how to teach it, or how to handle the challenging student behaviors that I encounter daily. The truth is, I'm already doing those things. I've been doing them quite well for a long time. Sometimes I just need an extra body to help me. Instead, we're told your school site has a behavior specialist available on Tuesdays, or go try the school psychologist or the school counselor. But unfortunately, they are part-time as well. Conversely, when a district office position seems to become too difficult or too much, the solution is to add a new team member, and office cubicles are subdivided once again. Lastly, I'd like to briefly speak about the increases in our health benefits. In the 2020-2021 school year, my personal benefits choice was Blue Shield Trio. Those premiums have slowly crept up, with the district contributions remaining the same. However, in the 2024-2025 school year, premiums ballooned to $494.32, with the district contributions unchanged. And now, our current school year's premiums saw yet another large increase, with my premium now at a whopping $675.52. That is over a $600 a month increase. The district's contribution, still the same as it was back in 2020. That said, teachers need to be compensated. If we are the engine that drives the greatness this administration is so proud of, then we need to be valued. The raises we've gotten in the past can no longer be considered as raises, because those raises are being swallowed up by the cost of our ever-increasing health care. We understand that the one-time off-salary monies offered by the district to mitigate those increases were well-intended. It's just not enough. Our cost of living increased nearly 30% in comparison to our on-schedule increases, only totaling 15%. Teachers aren't asking for the moon or another off-salary one-time bonus, but an actual raise, something that we can not only help us mitigate the skyrocketing costs of living in Southern California, but to help us feel valued. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. And sorry, just the reason I was speaking up is we can extend by a minute. I just need to ask them for a vote. Sorry, wasn't trying to cut you off. Thank you. Next up, Barbara Bay and Keith Ellison. Bye. Sorry.
It's
I
okay.
apologize.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Thank you for giving me a minute to speak with you all. My name's Barbara Bine. I am a Redondo Beach resident and a parent of 2 students in our schools. I've worked here for over 20 years, and I currently teach AP US History and Modern World History at RUHS. Like you, I am deeply committed to our students, our community, and public education. We're at a critical crossroads in education. We're facing new challenges, political pressures, and rising demands, and still teachers are showing up with excellence, integrity, and heart. Since 2017, my roster of AP scores has risen from an average of 3.1 to 4.4. That is a 42% increase. Nationally, the scores have also gone up by 24%. In Redondo Beach, we are not just keeping up. We are outpacing national progress by nearly double. That kind of progress was not an accident. It was the result of relentless dedication, professional growth, and a collective excellence by educators all across our district. These achievements have been celebrated publicly, and rightly so. But behind the scenes, the reality is a little more complex. Long hours, adapting to constant change, and a widening gap between what we give and how we're compensated. And I know I'm not alone in this. Like so many of my colleagues who show up early and stay late and give everything we have to this profession, decorating our rooms with Halloween decorations and everything in between, I love what I do here, and I feel privileged to serve this community. But I would be lying if I didn't say that what our real wages buy hasn't left us feeling undervalued at times. Passion alone cannot sustain this effort. I understand that you all are not responsible for inflation, and I realize this forum is not where bargaining happens. But it is my understanding that people in this room could authorize what might result in an on-schedule raise. It isn't just a matter of fairness. It would be a statement. It would be action that the district values its educators, understands our reality, and is committed to sustaining the quality that defines RBUSD schools. We're not asking for special treatment, and we're not here trying to be provocative. We're just asking for recognition in the spirit of partnership so that we can continue to do the good work that our students deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Keith Ellison.
How you guys doing? Sorry. Is am I loud enough for you guys? All right, thank you. Thanks for allowing me to come here and speak to you guys today. My name is Keith Ellison. I've been a teacher here in this district 11 years now. And over this last decade, my dedication and commitment to our students has been unwavering. Yet, my composition, as well as my colleagues, has not kept pace with that commitment or the economic realities of our lives. In the last 11 years, I have yet to receive a cost of living raise that generally reflects the year-to-year increase in expenses. The value of my work has grown over that time, yet the real purchasing power of my salary has systematically shrunk. In that same time, I've gotten married, I have 2 small kids, and like many of my colleagues, I'm managing the financial demands of a growing family. And compounding the issue of our stagnant wages are the rising out-of-pocket costs of health insurance. And the painful truth is that the combination of these 2 factors means that I'm effectively even taking home less money today than I was just a few years ago. My story is not unique. This is happening to all teachers all throughout our district, and they all can speak to that. We started this job to become educators to make a difference. We want to impact young people. We want to help them become the best versions of themselves. And I knew, and they know, that this career wouldn't be lucrative, but we didn't expect to lose ground financially every single year, to struggle every single year as we move forward in our profession. This district often speaks about how much it values its teachers, and I understand that sentiment. I'm around a lot of great teachers in this district. But the time for platitudes is over. Value is shown through action, not just through our words, and in particular through monetary compensation. We are professionals who have been trusted by our community to educate the children. We deserve a raise, and not excuses moving forward. So we're asking you guys, the district, please stand behind your public statements. Invest in the people who are the foundation of this system. We're calling you guys to put concrete action into words. Give the teachers the raises they deserve. Help them mitigate their expenses. Give them the raises that reflect their experience, their competence, and that allows us to focus our job on our classrooms and the kids that we teach. Thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's it for advanced written requests. Would anyone else like to address the board on anything on the agenda or not on the agenda? Going once, going twice. Okay. We have item 8.3. We are going to open the public hearing concerning the adoption of Resolution R252608 for sufficiency of instructional materials and compliance. Is there a motion and a second? Sorry. Didn't need a vote on that. On 8.4, though, we do require a vote, unless anyone would like to speak on the adoption of resolution for sufficiency of instructional materials. All right. Is there a motion and a second to close the public hearing concerning the adoption of resolution for sufficiency of instructional materials?
So moved.
Second.
Student advisory vote? All those in favor? Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. This brings us to our communications section. This section provides an opportunity for the Board of Education to hear reports and communication from our employee associations and the community support organizations listed below. All reports are limited to 5 minutes. Members of the public may address the Board of Education concerning this section. Each speaker will be permitted to speak for 3 minutes per item. The board may limit total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Up first, the Redondo Beach Teachers Association.
Hi, good evening. My name is Janelle Tanaka, and I'm here with Sue Carlton, and we are RBTA leadership this school year. To my RBTA colleagues, well, let me stop. Otis, I just want to say, very good job, buddy. That was a great job. To my RBTA colleagues, my hope is that when I speak, you all can see my respect for you come through, because I do respect you. And most days, I'm in awe of you and what you put in for our students. The start of the school year is always chaotic. Educators are getting into classrooms, prepping, you're attending many staff meetings before the first day with students. You're already signing up for committees, teaching classes that have full rosters, balancing family life, and doing all these things, all the while kicking off back to school nights. To see all our levels kicking off back to school nights by the 11th, 16th, and 21st days of school, presenting to parents until 8 p.m. is inspiring. These days turn into very long nights. To see rooms decorated with student projects and pictures up shows parents and students how dedicated you are to them. One thing was evident when I was in rooms for back to school night is that I can see how you care about your job, your students, and even their parents. I'm always impressed by how you can calm parents' fears, worries, or even anxieties about their child's education with your compassion, kindness, humility, gentleness, and patience. Some of the messages I heard was how understanding you can be when students advocate for their needs and communicate what's going on in their lives, and how empathetic you are to them. You are there for students. You are the reason that we are #1 in niche in LA County and #5 in the state, according to our August district report. It's also awesome to hear there was more than 100 clubs, which means there's 100 adults that are club advisors that make it possible for our high school students. Taking this role was not something I planned or even wanted to do. This was a calling. It baffles me at times that I am the president of a teachers union, a counselor, representing and serving majority teachers. While my educational career began in teaching, I don't kid myself into thinking I know fully what you need. But by being quick to listen and slow to speak, it's given me the ability to do this part of my job. It also helps I have a great exec team. I am called to serve. I'm here to serve who I represent. As a counselor, I serve students, parents, and site staff. As a leader for RBTA, I serve you, RBTA. Your executive board and bargaining team have heard your needs this year, and that is our educators' need for a fair, on-schedule salary proposal that each member here tonight is advocating and communicating for, even though not everyone can speak tonight. I want to be clear, our presence is not adversarial. We're struggling to keep up financially with the increases we are facing with the cost of living as shared by teachers tonight. Our benefits, our rent, contributions to our own students' education that we are asked to fund to provide for them. Without a fair increase, we will be taking a pay cut. We are asking for your support in supporting us. Let's work together and come to a fair salary proposal. We are only doing what we encourage our own students to do, advocate. Our hope is that both sides can get to the middle faster and we can tentatively agree and move on. Dare I think we can TA 1 to 2 days this year versus waiting until January like we did last year. I believe both teams can meet that challenge, and I wish both teams good luck next week. RBTA, you continue to amaze me. Another group of members from each of our 8 elementaries, 2 middle schools, and RUHS showing up for yourselves. I have respect for the members who came to the last meeting and for each one of you tonight. You showed up, even though I know you're missing out on something at home. Good for you for showing up for yourselves. Good for you for being role models to our students. Good for you for being strong and courageous and showing that doing nothing is no longer what you'll do. This is what lifting each other up looks like. We are RBTA. Serving you, all is an honor. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Up next, the California School Employees Association. Anyone from CSEA here? American Federation of Teachers? Redondo Beach Educational Foundation?
All right. Good evening, everyone. Gloria Macri, RBEF. Tonight, I wanted to invite everyone to join Team RBUSD at the Skechers Walk. The Skechers Walk will take place on October 19. And there's a few reasons why you should join. First of all, because it's a super fun event. I don't know if you have seen the video that we just put out there promoting the Skechers Walk. I counted at least 150 smiles in just a few photos. So it is a fun community event. Second, because it raises a lot of money for your schools. So registration costs only $30 per walker, and RBF guarantees that $30 back to your school. Most times it's even more than that. And last year, for example, we granted $122,000, and that is aside from that $1.1 million that we give to RBUSD. And that money gets distributed to each of your schools directly. And third, as if you needed a third reason, for every registered walker, Skechers gives you a goodie bag, and who doesn't love those Skechers socks? I mean, I'm a huge fan. And what happens if you're not available on October 19th? We do know that the day before is the homecoming dance, so yes, we know that. We know there's lots of family events happening on Sunday. But the good news is that all walkers count. So whether you're an in-person walker or a virtual walker or a moon walker or sleepwalker, it all counts to your school. You get that $30 back. So all you have to do is go to rbf.org. There's a pop-up that sends you to the Skechers part of the site. Find your school, register, check RBF as part of the checkout process. And then that's it. You get that money back to your school. Thank you so much for your attention. Good night.
Thank you. And Redondo Beach Parent Teacher Association. You don't have to stay. It's perfectly okay to leave.
Good job, Otis.
Yes. Good job, Otis. Thank you for coming.
I promise I won't bore them, but they've all left.
Was it something we said?
So on behalf of the council, Amy and I do not have a report this evening, but I did bring the amazing Burl Heights PTA team to talk about Centennial.
Well, my name is Kate Leva. I'm the president of the Burl Heights PTA for this year and next year. And I'm excited to be here. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Dr. Wesley. Thank you, Dan Elder. It's wonderful to be here. So it's been an exciting year for Burl this year so far. We celebrated our centennial anniversary. This was our school in 1925. We've come a long way. 2 weeks ago, we were thrilled to host a birthday party for our school on our campus. We started with the 1920s display all the way up to the 2020s, how far we've come. It was a wonderful day celebrating teachers past and present, staff past and present, and most importantly, students and families that have been in our community for years. So it was an emotional day, but it was really wonderful. And I want to thank all of you who were able to come that day and help us celebrate such an awesome milestone. So thank you so much. As a PTA, we really pride ourselves on focusing on our students and families first, especially at Burl. There's 2 events that we highlight throughout our year that really exemplify that for us. The first is our STEAM night, which our amazing families reach out to our local community and get businesses that help expose our kids to science, technology, engineering, art, math. And then our second event we like to highlight is our multicultural night, which is very close to all of our hearts because it brings all of our families' differences together, beliefs, cultures, music, food, dance. It highlights what makes us unique and beautiful, but also brings us together as one huge Burl family. So I do think it's because of those 2 programs I told you and all the other amazing ones we bring to our school that this year our PTA is honored to accept the National PTA School of Excellence Award for last year and this year. Thanks to our amazing team. We cannot do it without all of you. We cannot do it without all of you. Most importantly, we can't do it without our amazing students and families. So we are ready to cheers in the next 100 years of learning at Burl. And thank you for having me tonight.
Thank you. And up last in communications, superintendent comment.
Just want to share that referring to our student speaker tonight, we will do our best to try to determine how many students live above aviation and share that information with our city representatives and see what they can do. And on behalf of the negotiations team, we too are hoping for hopefully a TA within 2 days. We would love that as well. Thanks to all of the speakers tonight. And last but not least, really want to thank the Burl team for that 100th day celebration. That was amazing to see all the history and all of the people there who had some form of impact from being at Burl in some capacity. So we're really lucky to have such an engaged community. Thank you.
Thank you. This brings us to the general consent calendar. Are there any items anyone wishes to pull from the general consent calendar?
Mr. I'd like to pull 10.5, 10.6, please.
Anyone have any other items? Is there a motion to approve items 10.1 through 10.4 and 10.7 through 10.13?
So moved.
Student advisory vote? All those in favor? Aye. Any noes or abstentions? This brings us to separate consent items, starting with item 10.5. Is there a motion and a second to begin discussion on Resolution 25-2604, recognizing October 19th through 25th as United Against Hate Week?
Can you open both at once, or does it have to be each? So moved.
Thank you. 10.5 item highlights the United Against Hate Week that's upcoming October 19th to 25th of this year. It is something that we have done for a number of years now. And I'd like to just read a short portion of the resolution we're asked to consider and pass. The week of action is designed to raise awareness about the dangers of hate and the need for respect and civil discourse among all county residents and students. And this is a great opportunity to engage youth around civic engagement and involvement in social justice issues related to reducing incidents of hate within their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And Board Member Flynn and I believe Board Member Gould, you've both been very involved in this, have you not? So thank you for your efforts.
And this is part of a larger effort by the South Bay Community Coalition Against Hate to really to make this more meaningful than just a resolution, but to apply it in our everyday lives. Thank you, Keely, for that, for bringing that to life at the schools. I know that's been great.
Any other questions or comments? Student advisory vote?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. Up next, item 10.6, adopt resolution R252609, recognizing October 2025 as Filipino American History Month. Motion is second to begin discussion, please.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. As mentioned, this resolution we are asked to consider and pass this evening celebrates the heritage of Filipino Americans in this country and particularly in our community. I'd like to just read a small portion to highlight this resolution. The Redondo Beach Unified School District is committed to fostering inclusivity, respect, and cultural awareness among its students, families, faculty, and staff, and recognizes the importance of honoring the contributions of Filipino Americans to our shared history. And acknowledging Filipino American History Month provides opportunities for students to learn about Filipino American heritage, celebrate cultural traditions, and promote understanding of the diverse communities that strengthen our school and society. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Student advisory vote? Aye. All those in favor? Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. This brings us now to our action items. Motion is second, please, to begin discussion on item 12.1, approve pre-qualified geotechnical engineering consulting firms as per RFQ 2025-09.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Alpern.
Yes, this may seem like a familiar item. It's because at the last board meeting, we had you approve the geotechnical engineering consulting firms. Unfortunately, the two firms that we had listed were incorrect. And so this is coming back to you with the correct firms, namely Curry Engineering and Testing and Smith Emery Labs. And we are asking you to approve them as pre-qualified geotechnical engineering consulting firms.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Student advisory vote? Aye. All those in favor? Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. Up next, 12.2, adopt resolution R25-2608 for sufficiency of textbooks and instructional materials compliance. Motion and a second to begin discussion, please.
Second.
Dr. Garland?
Thank you. Education Code Section 60119 requires local governing boards to hold an annual public hearing and adopt a resolution stating whether each student in the district has sufficient standard-aligned textbooks or instructional materials in specific subjects. This resolution states that textbooks and instructional materials for mathematics, science, social science, English language arts, including foreign language, health courses, and laboratory science equipment for each RBUSD student meets the sufficiency definition. We recommend that you approve this resolution.
Any questions or comments? Ms. Gould, do you have your textbooks? All right. Student advisory vote. Aye. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. Up next, item 12.3, approve agreement with California Department of Healthcare CYBHI fee schedule. Motion a second to begin discussion, please.
So moved.
Dr. Garland again.
Thank you. As you know, the law has changed, which now allows for school districts to serve as direct providers for health services to students, and we can get reimbursed for these services. This agreement provides the approved reimbursement rates for behavioral health services. This fee schedule ensures that schools and service providers are reimbursed consistently for delivering mental and behavioral health supports for students. By following this statewide fee structure, we can expand access to services and provide stronger support for the overall well-being of our students.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Student advisory vote? Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. Item 12.4, approved data use agreement with Carillon Behavioral Health for the 2025-2026 school year. Motion and a second to begin discussion, please. Dr. Garland again, I believe.
Thank you. The California Department of Health Care Services selected Carillon to serve as the statewide third-party administrator for the CYBHI fee schedule program. In this role, Carillon serves as a clearinghouse for those claims submitted by school districts under the fee schedule that you just approved. Through this agreement, RBUSD will securely share student data such as insurance information, the type of services provided, the service provider, the date of the service. All the information is managed in compliance with privacy laws, including HIPAA and FERPA, and is used solely for access and coordination of behavioral health services for our students.
Thank you. And as someone who works in cybersecurity and knows the value of this data, I'm very glad the contract includes a lot of information about how they will secure it and liability and everything else there. Any questions or comments? Student advisory vote? Aye. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. Item 12.5, approve the Redondo Beach Unified School 2024-2025 Proposition 28 Arts and Music in Schools Annual Report. Motion a second to begin discussion, please.
So moved. Second.
Dr. Garland again.
Thank you. This is a recommendation to approve RBUSD's 24-25 Prop 28 Arts and Music in Schools Annual Report. In November of 2022, voters passed Proposition 28, which provides funding for arts education in California public schools. As a condition of receiving these funds, we must submit an annual report approved by our governing board to the CDE. The report must include the types of programs funded in the year, the number of full-time equivalent staff, the number of students served, and the number of school sites providing arts and music education with the Prop 28 funds. Once approved, we will submit the report to CDE and upload it to our website.
Thank you, and thank you to the voters for approving this, and thank you to the team's work for getting new teachers and new programs going that really expose our students to so much more than they had before in the arts. Any questions or comments? Student advisory vote? Aye. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. Item 12.6, approve the initial proposal for the California School Employee Association, Redondo Beach Chapter 57 to the Redondo Beach Unified School District. Motion and a second to begin discussion, please.
So moved.
Dr. Stephanie?
All right, like we've discussed in the past, the first stage of opening up negotiations with our labor partners is a sunshine letter in which it outlines the different articles the labor partner wants to negotiate. This is the CSEA sunshine letter to Redondo Beach Unified.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Student advisory vote? All those in favor? Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. Item 12.7, approve the initial proposal from the Redondo Beach Unified School District to the California School Employees Association, Redondo Beach, Chapter 57. Motion and second to begin discussion, please.
So moved.
Dr. Stephanie again.
All right, similar to 12.6, 12.7 is the district's opening, or the district's articles that we wish to open when negotiating with CSEA for this school year.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Student advisory vote? Aye. All those in favor? Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. Item 12.8, approve and adopt the revised Redondo Beach Unified School District 2023 through 2026 strategic plan. Motion and a second to begin discussion, please.
So moved.
Dr. Wesley.
And the strategic plan draft is attached, and please note that the items in blue under year 3 are the added or revised objectives that go under one of the 5 goals. And so after having a workshop with you and reviewing our CASP data, our MAP data, our SEL data, and other data points from last year, and having conversations with the board, we are recommending that you readopt the strategic plan with the noted changes, revisions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? I'll just say thank you for all the work that goes into this, having this shared strategic goal that is communicated district-wide. Getting everyone aligned as a unified school district has been so important. It's exciting to see not just everything that's being added to it, but the goals that have been accomplished and have been retired. That means that we are aligned with it and we are following it. And it's not that it doesn't change; it will change over time. But it has been so important for aligning everyone. So thank you for everyone who, whatever your involvement is, whether you're the one actually having to implement it in a classroom or the one coming up with the language to define it. It's very important to give our students every opportunity for success. So thank you to all.
Yeah, it's definitely a team effort. Thank you.
I'd like to quickly add that the team includes everyone in this.
Dais.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
Dais.
It was particularly collaborative this time around. It's the 3rd time we're doing it. We sort of got better at how we manage our strategic plan and really thinking about what it means to our students and what it means to all those around, including our teachers and staff, and what it means to our district as we move forward as ever-changing world that we live in. And it was incredibly important steps for us to realign and look back and also plan for the future. So I, again, appreciate the team's effort and thinking, again, focus on our students. Thank you.
Again, this is all on the website for anyone who's ever interested in seeing what goes in there along with minutes or anything like that. Student advisory vote? All those in favor? Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. Item 12.9, receive for second reading and adoption, board policies, administrative regulations, and exhibits. Motion and a second to begin discussion, please.
These are these are the policies for the second reading, and so if you have any questions, you can ask them. But you did have a discussion at your last board meeting with the board item with the revisions attached at that time as well, just as a reminder.
So thank you for the revisions, because there are a lot of laws changing right now, and staying compliant with them is tricky, so I'm glad we are staying up to date. Any questions or comments? Student advisory vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Motion passes. We have no information items tonight, so moving on to discussion items. 14.1, the Redondo Union High School North Francesca Street Turnaround Project.
So I have a diagram for you just so you can get a little bit of an idea as to what we're going to discuss. And so Dr. Alper and I will share with you some of the information we've received from our architects, as well as some of the conversations we've had in a subcommittee related to this topic. And Mr. Elder and Mr. Cho are part of that as well. And we want to hear your conversation, but at some point we need direction from the board so we know how to advise our architects. So as you know, we have several projects at the high school. You can see on the very far right, you see that street, that's Diamond. Yes, maybe Dr. Alpern, can you please do a little Vanna for us? Yeah, that's Diamond, and if you're going, show them going east on Diamond. You would, if you're coming from the Starbucks east, you would be turning right, and you'll see there's 2 lanes to the right of that additional parking, which is the goal. Okay, so the goal of the project is to create a turnaround and to increase parking in that area. There's 2 goals. We hear that we need more parking, so that is part of the plan. We walked this site. We walked this with our architects and Mr. Brown. And so the dotted line, the blue dotted line, is the existing yellow gate. And the circle. Sorry, in the circle there's a blue dotted line. That is the existing yellow gate that remains closed. And you can see that if we do this turnaround, the cars would come in. There's 2 lanes. One, you would turn around and then drop the students off, preferably in the yellow area. I think that's where the sidewalk is, and the students would then walk onto campus. If we went with this plan, this would what we believe would be our first choice because it provides more parking. We would be going onto what's city property. Anything that is to the north of that blue line is district-owned property, and anything to the south of that blue line is city property. So in order to do this project, we would need support from consent from the city. And so we did engage in a conversation with the city regarding this project and others. And the city's stand at this point is that they would like the gate to be open, and they would like to see traffic go from Diamond to Vincent. They would prefer not to have the turnaround there. And our stance is that we'd like the gate to be closed. We'd like to create this turnaround. We'd like for our students to continue to be able to walk across without cars going straight through. Having been a principal there, I remember the emails that I got from the neighbors, very upset as traffic continued to go through. We've invited city council and city members to come and observe the traffic in the morning, especially the bus dropping off, and it is very crowded. And so while you see a turnaround on one side, there's also cars turning around on the other side dropping kids off. And so there is, at this point, difference in agreement on whether or not there should be gate with traffic going through one direction or the gate being closed and we create the turnaround.
Can I ask some questions?
You can ask whatever you want.
Okay.
And I don't know if Dr. Halpin can jump in too.
Is the city proposing that it be one way at drop-off and one way at pickup? So I would assume no?
Their proposal would be, their idea, and some discussions that they've had that involves our property, would be to create a one-way road. Period.
To go through?
At all times.
From Diamond to Vincent, through that.
So
That's
Francisca would be a one-way road.
And they believe that that would alleviate the traffic on Diamond?
Yes.
Create more traffic on?
It would create more traffic on Vincent.
Vincent, but it would?
They worry about cars exiting from Francesca onto Diamond.
So we propose
they want everything going one way.
And we propose making it a right turn only if that was their concern.
Right. We also shared a concern that both the school side and city staff and neighbors have, which is the need for more parking. This model creates more parking spaces for our staff. And so one of the while you don't see it in this photo, one of the discussions that we had with our architects is that we could take that turnaround circle and move it north, in this case on the photo down, so that all of our work is done below or north of that blue line.
Which loses
Creating-
parking.
Well, no, wait a minute.
Well, we'd still have more parking than we currently
Still have more
have.
parking.
Lose some of those.
But
And having
not
a
as much
one-way
parking as in
street,
this.
You can't have you can still have all that parking with a one-way street, correct?
Yeah, because you're going on the right side. So we're going to be building on the grass. So we're taking over the grass area, next to the band room. The architects have shared that we should not be, nor do we have a desire to touch the grass mound. It would require a lot more funding, a retaining wall. So as you can see an overlay. We would be cutting into the grass right in front of the choir room. So that's the grass, but not in any way touching the grass mound.
So that's 2 lanes coming in.
So
2 lanes coming in, and it could be 2 lanes one way if we opened up that gate.
Correct.
And still have the same amount of parking.
We would be able to get more parking than what we have now, because the parking is parallel to that sidewalk.
Right.
So as you can see, the diagram changes.
Yeah, the parking would change directions.
Dr. Alpern, where does if it was the one-way road that the city wants, where does it come out?
See the gate? See that
Redondo.
blue gate? It just keeps going, the road.
To Vincent Avenue, Vincent.
It goes out to El Redondo to Vincent.
Yeah, it goes.
Goes around the parking lot?
There's
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's,
Yeah,
so there's,
onto El Redondo.
So I had a question. They're having dropped off, picked up on both sides of that gate. There's a lot of traffic and a lot of students that come out of there, not just in the mornings or in the end of school, but early dismissal, going to band, choir, sports. Their parents are picking up usually on the north side of that dash line, right, the loop. And there are neighbors up there and homes up there. So basically, that would make it a one-way street if that's what the city is required or prefers. Has there been anybody from the city that has accepted your offer to come and watch that traffic flow during a school year? And
The city engineer have worked with us and with the administration at the high school when they did traffic studies. So they were doing traffic studies all around the school last year. So this is one of the recommendations of the traffic studies.
That was a request of Councilmember Lowenstein. When he was in office, he made that request, and so the city did that. But since him, no, we're not aware of any council members coming to observe that traffic. The city engineer has, and Mr. Brown's aware that they may reach out to him.
has the city made any proposals or has given any thought to the pedestrian traffic of
The
our
school
students?
administration is very concerned about that.
No, but has our city, the city, have they commented on what happens?
Their response when we expressed a concern about the amount of students crossing that street in the morning was that they would put up a road bump to help slow down the traffic.
Or the other option was putting ballards.
Or put ballards, which we said no, because we have staff members leaving throughout the day. They may need to run out, they may want to go to lunch, they may not have an end of the period, so we don't in any way want people parking there to be locked in there. So that was their initial suggestion, so we said, no, that won't work for us. Staff need to be able to leave when they need to leave. So they had suggestions, but all of their suggestions were around the idea that the gate would be open and the traffic would flow. And it's pretty clear that that's what they want to see happen.
Can I ask a question about this proposal, doing a turnaround? Having been a parent and been on Diamond in the morning, I can't see how this would not make it even worse. How does this possibly make it better?
It spreads out the drop-off areas.
Well, right now they're not going in, they're just dropping off right there at the
On the
corner.
street.
Well,
They're
right,
just
but you're going to take
parking
traffic
illegally.
where kids walk across between, they could get dropped off on either side, right? So you're still got a pedestrian problem, and then they're going to circle around and try to get out on that busy street.
Which is what they're doing now.
They're not turning. They're not going in and turning. Like as a parent, I wouldn't.
But they're
go
still
turn
turning
in.
onto Diamond, right? They're still traveling on Diamond.
Right.
So that's no different.
Right. So you're saying it could be like a right-hand turn only onto Diamond, not a left into.
That
But
would-
it's still. I mean, I don't know. It just feels like it will be as bad as when you try to pull into the school, when you pull into the high school, and you get hit by children on e-bikes or people that are.
So that's
like,
you see that line? That's the walkway. So our suggestion was there's a line.
What line?
Well, it's above the circle, that's the walkway. So I'm not sure what you're talking about traffic.
Okay, so I'm talking about when I go pull into the high school now, forget
Yeah.
this.
Extension.
And there is a massive amount of humanity all walking into the school, whether they're parking their e-bikes or walking.
But are you
I mean,
talking at One Seahawk Way or
I'm
down
talking
there?
at One Seahawk Way. So this to me looks like you're creating the exact same thing that exists at One Seahawk Way, only at 2 different drop-off parts.
Yeah, I just don't agree with that, but
One
I'm not.
Seahawk Way is only
yeah.
open for Zoom and very limited.
I would say, though,
Yeah, I'm not-
turnabout, if you go down to both at Vincent Park or even up behind the swimming pool where there is that turnaround, it's pretty efficient. People make it through that as long as there's
That
walking.
turnaround with the swim, that's made to go in and out. This one is not going to be made
This
to.
is going to come back out. You have to come back out. See the arrow?
If it-
It's
yeah,
like
the one
very
way.
light, but you see the arrows between the parking space? That's coming back out. So what it is, it sounds like it's going to alleviate the traffic coming off of
Okay.
PCH,
Right
off
there.
of, into.
Show us the
Diamond.
car movement.
Show me how, yes.
Okay.
And where are the kids walking at this point?
It's like, to me, it reminds me a little bit of Alta Vista. I mean, it
Wait, what
reminds
are
me
you
a little
moving,
bit of
Dr.
Alta
Al-
Vista,
wait,
just.
where-
Like Alta Vista, they go down the parking lot. Yeah, that's, yeah.
have arrived early, as they do, and will already parked in these spaces. But in order to get to those spaces, they will have come up through here, the roundabout.
I see.
I live
Okay.
in Washington DC, I love the roundabout.
And where, because right now, this doesn't exist. So that's where I'm having the issue. Because
No.
there are lots of kids that are going to theater or to band or going in this way. And so when you hit that blue fence right now, I mean, there's usually, it's a free-for-all. The kids walk there, right? So the kids would now have that, that's what I was missing. Okay.
So we would want to move, our request of the city was to move the fence north of the walkway above the circle. So we said, hey, city, we would like to move that fence up. We'd like to, our turnaround to be on your property. Maybe it's an easement. I don't, we work out some kind of deal so that we could use that. And that would allow us to maximize the amount of parking spaces.
And now what would happen on the other side of that street, like where their houses are? So could parents still pull in and drop off there?
So if you imagine that they're turning around, we imagine that they would
That's
still
El
be.
Redondo, and
Yes.
they
They
do
would-
the
they
turnaround
would
there
turn around.
currently, and we would imagine and hope that they will continue to do that.
Yeah.
So basically, you have traffic coming like this, right?
Yeah.
And then the drop-off for both sides ends up being right about here, which
Where
is
no cars are.
adjacent to this sidewalk.
Can you show us what is owned by the city?
Okay, the blue line.
This area, all of this area is city. Right?
Okay, so-
So if the city does not want
Right.
to engage with
So-
us, what we would be recommending to you and what we would have our architects build out is this roundabout here. So the roundabout becomes here, this pathway is shortened, and these parking spaces are fewer, but ultimately it's the same design.
So go ahead.
One of the things that, so I was in that meeting when we had a subcommittee meeting, and we did have a city traffic engineer with us. What I think that may have been missed on city's part is, it's possible, because we know the area, because our kids are there, we're there, they're not. There was discounting of traffic on the other side of the gate. And there's significant, as we all know, there's a significant amount of vehicles traveling. So once you consider the fact, their idea of dispersing the vehicle traffic from Diamond onto our campus to the exiting out, they're actually addressing more vehicles to say at the Vincent side. They're not, those roads are much smaller, narrower streets than Diamond side. They're not designed to handle that kind of traffic. So I plan on sharing that information with Mr. Rue, our his traffic engineer, is like, hey, you might look at the both sides. I don't think you're going to achieve what we're trying to make it work. He's concerned about the diamond area where the cars are just stacked everywhere. This design, at least the way I'm understanding is, we're moving vehicles off the intersection as coming around. It's just simple math, right? You're adding vehicles, more area, well, then more cars can move about. We should have alternate design. Just doing this, that my request would be to do it all within our school district property, see what the count was currently today, what it is with option 1 here and option 2. As Dr. Wesley mentioned earlier, there's a collective effort with the city and school district to making sure we have more parking. We do it, a lot of people move. Keely, I know you also drive to school. It's a pain point for everybody. So if we can add any more parking, we should strive to do that. And perhaps there will be a selling point or appealing point to the city. Help us with this. And that may also help with our residents on the other side. I'm sure Councilmember Castle, who
I guess just to provide a little bit of context is that the city did, under Councilmember Lowenstein, did do a study, and they wanted to come up with ideas on how to improve the traffic flow on Diamond, particularly at Francisca. So when we passed the bond, that was one of the projects that we agreed to do. So we said, well, we will engage our architects. And so that's what we've done, because the city's idea is to open the gate and create a one-way to the other side. So that is an option if that's what the board would like to do, and this is what our architects are recommending.
So I would say from a traffic circulation standpoint, I understand why the city's proposing what they're doing. It doesn't change VMT or anything like that, but it does alter the flow. My bigger concern above all else is student safety. This is a busy roadway. It's not worth 10 parking spots for a kid to get hit. I don't think this is a safe option if we open that. So using it as a drop-off or something like that with a roundabout, that makes perfect sense as long as there's a safe corridor for students to travel. And they did propose things. Again, you could narrow it down to one lane or make it safer for students to cross. But we've got kids getting hit every week already. I wouldn't want to put them in more, one Seahawk Way is already congested, and that's with very minimal traffic, just with Zoom or very minimal drivers. Opening this up to through traffic would just be catastrophic.
But you're saying this as proposed right here would be okay?
Yeah, there's still a safe place for students to cross. There's the ingress and egress is what it is now. It's going to be, right turn only. There's ways we can solve that. But I would not want students having to cross in front of drop-off traffic.
Can we bring this as a proposal to the city council, to a meeting?
So the subcommittee has been looking at this and discussing it?
Not the subcommittee, the actual city to make a decision, because I understand the subcommittee, but they don't have any power to make a decision.
Well, the decision lies with the board here because it's our property.
Except for above the blue line.
Right, so the choices are, which we started to do with the city council. So on that subcommittee meeting was our mayor, our city manager, and 2 city council members, is to start, and the city manager, and the Ryan, traffic engineer. And we started with them, they were all there, and we said, this is what we would like to do. Would you work with us on this project, because we would be encroaching on your side of the property? And what we heard was a pretty strong no. We want to see the traffic go straight through.
Have they brought us a proposal, like with actual statistics? Because there is a person whose job it is to do traffic engineering at the city, right?
We've received
That's
received their reports, their traffic studies that they did last year.
And that's what.
And then that's what they're basing opening the gate on.
That it was one of many proposals.
That they gave us?
Yes.
So this is one of the proposals they gave us?
Was one-way street.
One-way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I mean, what about this?
So wait, so we're not design.
Looking at anything that they've proposed.
We did last year. They worked with us, with the high school administration, with myself. I attended their meetings that City Council member Lowenstein had with the public. With the public.
went out there, Marvin was out there, they went out and observed.
We had meetings with their consultants. So we've done a lot of work with the city.
Well, right, but I guess my question is, what we came up with is not what they're coming up with.
Correct.
So we're recommending this. They want us to have a street. Does that answer your question?
But that's what I'm confused about, is who's
not really.
they?
Okay.
It's not the city, though, because the city is 5 council members that make a decision about whether or not this is going to be acceptable to them, and we're leaving 3 out, right?
So this is our property. I'm going to circle it. This is our property. The city council needs to get your approval for them to make this whole area a one-way public street, because it's our school property.
Going with our proposal, this proposal right here, which I think is our proposal, the roundabout, right?
Yes.
The only thing we need from the city is approval to go above the blue dotted line.
Correct.
That's all.
That's it.
So why can't we take that to Mike Wazansky and say, we would like to put this on the agenda so that
Mike Wazansky was part of that meeting, and he agrees that he brought his engineer to tell us that we wanted to go through.
This is the wrong decision.
But
Yes.
that would be like Dr. Alpern telling you on behalf of the board what we want to do. So
Right, so if I'm speaking on behalf of the board, I hope people would assume that I've checked with the board. I'm not going to make assumptions about Mike Wazansky, what he's doing, but in this meeting with the mayor and the city manager and the city engineer and 2 of the 5 city council members, it was clear to us that the only option they want is for that gate to be open.
to be honest, my concern is that there's 3 council members that have no idea we're even talking about this.
And any one of us can go to a city council meeting and speak on a non-agenda comment item and hand out a diagram and things like that, if that's
But it's
what we
also
wanna do.
exceedingly relevant to all of the residents who live anywhere near the high school. So my bigger concern too is that whatever decision is made needs to be explained and in concert with working with the city and not against. You know, I mean, if I
This
owned-
level of detail was not included, but this concept and the writing has been in our school district's strategic plan, facility master plan, since 2022. And so we have been talking with the city, I have been talking with the city
And
for
the only
3
time
years
they've ever said
about
now
this
is
being
now
our
that
plan.
it's open, or
No, they've
they've
always
always
been,
maintained that it
that's
should be
always
open.
been their main. So I guess the reason why we wanted to have this discussion is, at some point, we need to know what you prefer. And if your preference is for us to work with their plan, then we would move forward in that direction. If the preference is to work.
But I haven't seen their plan. That's the problem. I
Okay,
can't
well,
possibly respond to.
It's a one-way street going through.
It's not much, I can probably draw it for you right now. It's to open the gate and drive through. That's their plan. And they even said that they would agree to this plan so long as the gate is open, and instead of a turnaround, you just go straight through.
And that's not workable
Because what's happening, as Mr. Cho said, is that people are turning around also on the
well, they
Eldorado
wouldn't
side.
be able to because you
No, they
just made
wouldn't.
it a one-way street, so the
Right,
city would have made
But
it.
now you've got students crossing.
So that was our point. Our concern was if we open it, we have students crossing, and you are saying that you want to get the flow of traffic to this side, but you still have a lot of people who are coming in and turning around on the El Redondo side.
I don't know of any schools in the area that have roads through the middle of the school.
Not
for public
right.
transportation.
And
That's
not to
just-
mention, once we make that one way, it would only add additional vehicle traffic pressure into that same intersection we're concerned with. So I'm not sure that addresses any question. And before we get any
Wait,
further,
what intersection that we're concerned?
Diamond, and, is it Francisco?
Francisca and Diamond.
Right. Now, the vehicles will not be able to enter because it's one way. So vehicles would have been, the parents who would have dropped off the kids on the other side of the gate would now have to travel around the same intersection or elsewhere. So therefore, the intersection congestion they're trying to resolve will only make it worse. Before we go any further, I would like to get the student board members thought, that's where school is. Do you have any thoughts? I mean, a lot of your.
Just to put you on the spot.
Classmates go cross all the time.
Yeah. I think the one way, with especially like all the drama people, all the band, I cross there all the time. I just can't imagine how any of us would be able to cross if all these cars are going through. And just exactly what you were saying, I was just thinking that if it's one way, then no one from Vincent can even enter, so it's just going to make it worse. Like, I can't imagine any way that a one-way would make
push,
this
I see what you're saying,
better.
push more cars onto Diamond, because that's the
because
only.
they can't enter through Vincent anymore.
And I just want to share, as a principal, I was directed to do that. Didn't like it, but we did it, just, I guess, for the record. And as soon as things changed in terms of governance, we shut that gate. Because it was a nightmare. One, we had the emails from the parents on the people on the Vincent side were so upset because we now created more traffic over there. And then all of the trying to keep the students from stopping when cars are going through. We were also forced to open One Seahawk Way. So it was the point at which I could.
What do you mean open One Seahawk Way?
Where the One Seahawk Way, where there's a gate and the teachers
yes,
are parking. Yes. So we had to open this. We opened that so people can go through, and we opened below.
By the way, that was part of their recommendation as well.
And it was just really difficult. You're stopping traffic so kids can go through. And then, sometimes kids are running through anyway because they're running late. We just would prefer not to have that.
So that's another crossing guard? Was that the question you just asked?
She's joking.
So I'm just saying, I've experienced it.
Oh, okay. I hear all of that. This just feels like something that really needs to be done in concert with the city and not in opposition to the city.
Right.
And I'm just wondering what's the most transparent way, and the community, because no matter what, it's going to be, it's whoever is delivering the message. I guess what you're suggesting is, since this is our property, we could not even ask about encroachment on the city because they're not interested in that. We could build it, direct the architect, move it forward. They're still going to come tell us to open the gate.
We still
Right?
need their support to some extent. I mean, there's some, it looks like
It won't make sense, though, because of the circle.
Yeah.
Our goal is to work in concert with them. Like, we need their support.
Oh, right. So that's why I'm questioning, like, how do we make that happen, as opposed to us just giving you direction to go ahead and do what we want with our own property without, if you're telling me, and I don't know if that's true, that this is in direct
We're not
opposition to what the
necessarily
city
asking for
traffic
direction
manager
tonight.
said.
I mean, this is the first time the 5 of you are being able
hearing
to actually discuss it and talk. We heard Mr. Cho's request. We'll go back and ask about another rendition of this concept. We can reach out to the city. I mean, I already am going to be checking with Mr. Wazanski this week.
I would
could
like
ask
to
him.
know if we can submit a proposal such as our architect's drawings and say this is what we would like to do and ask them for permission to do it and let them take a public vote.
Well, we don't need permission technically, but
Well,
with
to have them hear it on the
Yes.
agenda, we do. Right?
So they would have to agendize it.
They'd have to
if
agendize
they want
it.
to talk about it.
And then they can talk about it and we
Yes,
can
we
go
could
to that meeting.
Yes, we could not move forward with this without the city's approval.
Right. So before we agree to get rid of parking and move it down, I would rather see us try to work it out with the city, which I think the only way we can do that is at a public hearing.
My thought, I agree with you. My thought is I think we may be premature. I don't think we have enough information to get there. Once we get there, you're right, it needs to get in front of all the council members.
What do we need
So
still?
if we move that circle, about half the circle down, then we don't need to get the city involved.
Right, but let's say we want to keep it up because it allows more parking.
And more
And more
cars
space,
off of
yeah.
Diamond at any given time.
I mean, we need to check into that. I do think we are going to need the city's approval to some extent. If you look at this drawing, I mean, we're touching the sidewalk. We don't
Right.
own the sidewalk. So, and we,
corner right
we would want them, and plus, as you mentioned, when the city is involved, they do the communication. There's a public hearing because
they
it's
have to
altering the
post it,
flow
yeah,
of
you're right.
traffic. So we would like to go through those proper channels so that the residents that are in the area are notified. But we're just,
If we could do a public workshop right there at the auditorium. We've got a facility where people could walk out, see the space, and then come in and we could have an entire Brown Act meeting. Any member of the bodies can come and discuss it. But you're only just now getting this information, and the city council generally gets the subcommittee information much later than you do. So I don't think many of them are aware, but we can always reach out individually to our counterparts and raise their awareness. That way we could move.
What's the date plan to do this work?
well, we have to, first, this is just a concept. And once we agree on the concept, then we'll get architecture drawings. And so, I mean,
This is soon. The
we would
plan
like to
is
get
within
this
the
done.
year.
We'd like to get this done before the end of the school year.
I had a question. So let's say ultimately.
Of this school year?
Or the next summer, I mean, next
Yeah,
summer.
in
when
2026.
Yeah.
Let's say ultimately we determine this project should stay on school district property. We're not going to ask for an easement. We're not going to request anything. We don't want the flow, one-way traffic that will, yes, drive everybody to go around back through PCH with morning traffic, with every other commuter to come back up through Diamond.
We would still be widening the driveway,
I
though.
get that part. Let's say we have to work with the city because obviously the sidewalk belongs to the city and all of that.
Just the sidewalk on Diamond.
Just on
The rest of
Diamond.
the sidewalk is ours.
Is there an indication that they're going to push back, object to that at all? That if we decide, we don't need the easement and we're just going to build on our side only, that's going to become another obstacle because we didn't agree to the one-way?
They could.
That's a possibility, yeah.
Okay.
We can keep trying.
Again, this is the first time a lot of people are seeing this, so it takes a while to understand. So that's why it's good to invite them to come see what it looks like in the morning, so they can, have that exposure and see how many students are walking
But
across
also
and
just
see
to give you an
traffic.
opportunity to weigh in on if you think the gate should be open, because if that's what the board feels should happen, then we would engage with them with that option.
I don't think the gate should be opened.
No, I wouldn't put students and staff in danger for parking spots.
You can't, what would it, just to have this, for an argument's sake, if we had to do what they said, could we build a bridge? A pedestrian bridge?
we're gonna need a bigger
Look,
bond.
we're building things. I'm just asking the question. If that's what's in safety,
It just-
if our kids is what's important, and this is the only way it alleviates traffic,
We could do anything, just which project do you want us to take off the measure?
ADA
S?
No,
accessible
I
bridge
just
would
don't know,
be-
again, what is that cost? If that's a crazy cost and it means we lose the science building, I wouldn't want to do it. But I just feel like
It would be a crazy cost.
it would be a crazy cost.
Well, you'd have to make it big enough for the fire truck to go under.
Yeah, it has to
Right.
be
And then
ADA
ADA
accessible.
compliance.
Yep. You might need an elevator.
Millions.
An elevator?
For ADA compliance.
Yeah. Wheelchairs.
Oh,
Yeah, so.
Yeah. And.
I mean, I don't know,
and
I'm not the
let's-
expert on that.
Having seen our students, I'm not sure they'll actually take the bridge.
Maybe we could do it like
well, that's a whole,
we could do
I
a
mean,
bridge.
that's, the
like
safety is
open
our
up.
biggest concern. If that's the case, it will be.
or
a
you'd
whole-
have to build, I don't know, put down a traffic arm to make people cross, and then it goes up like a drawbridge or something, and then you just block traffic even more. I
Have you
don't.
seen the e-bikes go around?
I know, I've had my car hit by e-bikes on Seahawk Way.
So.
Okay, well, we can bring this
Thank you
back
so
for more
much.
discussion.
Thank
So,
you. We really appreciate this information, though.
yeah,
Thank
we
you.
will keep talking about it, and we'll see what we can do with more conversations with the city.
Yeah, so this is informational. It's our first chance discussing it.
Okay.
Any other closing comments, questions? All right, that brings us to item 14.2, HVAC replacement and expansion.
Now we want to talk about HVAC, air conditioning, which is, we'll let Dr. Alpern take the lead on this.
All right, so prior to getting direction from the board, what I wanted to do tonight is to provide a little bit of history on HVAC in the district so that it can inform the discussion that you have and the priorities that you come up with. Because it wasn't that long ago, prior to 2017, HVAC infrastructure across the district was pretty limited to office buildings, some of our libraries and portable classrooms. So most of our school campuses, as our teachers will tell you, operated without any central air. And recognizing the need for improved climate control, the district undertook a significant initiative between 2017 and 2020 to install mini split systems.
Classroom cooling, not air conditioning.
Until it was done, and then we called it air conditioning. So I have Mr. Fred Nail here tonight, who is in on it from the ground level. I also have our partners with Energy Systems Group, because they have the contract with us to engage with all of the energy projects that we do. So I've got everybody here tonight. So as the board has their discussion, if you have questions, people are here to answer those kinds of questions. So we've got that's some history. It cost just under $10 million.
And we didn't air condition everything.
We air condition every classroom, hence
but not libraries.
Classroom cooling.
Not all of them.
So if I can just get to the next piece, what I want to share is that what happened, the plan at that time was to have those HVAC mini split systems had a lifespan of about 10 years. Unfortunately, during the COVID pandemic, we had the LA County Department of Public Health, which required us to run those systems while we kept our doors and windows open. So the systems that we had installed were never intended to operate under those kinds of conditions. Therefore, prior to the 10-year lifetime, we started seeing failures. And, again, classroom teachers can share with you the kinds of failures we've had. And I want to give a lot of credit to the couple of HVAC staff members who really put in tons of extra hours, particular in August and September, when we have been experiencing those kinds of failures over the last couple of years. I also want to thank the board for increasing the number of staff members we have who are working on HVAC, but that was only necessary as a result of kind of the shorter lifespan than we anticipated. So what does that mean now for our future? What we would like to do is to present to you some options. These dollar amounts are estimates because based on your discussion tonight and from the general direction you'd like to head, then we'll be working with ESG to go in and do even greater analysis. But basically, as Ms. Flynn was saying, we do have HVAC in all of our classrooms. We also have them in some of our libraries, but in none of our multi-purpose rooms. So what we did was we asked our partners to give us a proposal for what it would take to install HVAC in all of the multi-purpose rooms, install them in the libraries at Alta Vista, Lincoln, and Washington. Those are the only 3 schools that currently do not have AC in their libraries. We would be replacing AC in the libraries at Adams, Burrell, Bernie, and Jefferson. Those units are old and need replacement. And then the AC units at Madison, Paris, and Toledo are either new or in good condition. And the ballpark amount to do all of that would be $9 million. Okay, so that's big picture.
Does that do anything
Those
with
multi-purpose
the gyms
rooms
at the high
are
school?
huge. The multi-purpose rooms are huge. So the amount of energy it would take to run those systems is high. So it's not just the cost of install, it's the cost of operation. It's not a small learning 960-foot classroom. So that's part of the discussion piece, for you to have. In addition to that, we would also be looking at kind of this discussion about, let's think about over the next 5 years, how do we want to handle the improvement, replacement of the current HVAC systems that we have in place in all of our classrooms. So one suggestion would be to begin that process with our smallest elementary schools. And in front of you is what it could look like if we did 4 schools, what it could look like if we did 5 schools. We would do, after that round, we would do another round that would handle the 3 larger elementary schools plus the 2 middle schools, and then finally get to the high school, which basically is the same cycle that we followed in the late 2000 in teens.
That's in addition to the 9 million.
That would be an addition to. So while the original plan, while the original implementation in 2017 to 2020 cost less than $9 million in total, it's a different system than the systems that will be replacing those systems. So maybe you guys want to speak to that in terms of different systems?
What we currently have?
Well, like the difference, like with the heat pumps and the.
Yeah. We're going to switch over to when you're round 1, heat pump. There won't be ductless splits and a gas-fired heater separate. There'll be one package that is losing my thought train here. Sorry.
Mike.
Mike.
I always do that. Is heat pumps, heat and cool out of the same unit. Well, we get about 15, 20 years out of those, ballpark, from my experts. It'd be a much better way to go to work well, probably be more efficient. Definitely less maintenance, a whole lot less maintenance, especially with the condition we are right now with our ductless splits. So it's kind of up to you. I'd like to see both of them.
And the heat pumps we have today, are they also providing heat, or are we using gas furnaces for that?
We have gas furnaces for the heat and ductless splits for the cooling in all the classrooms.
Okay, so we're not using them for heat
No.
at this point?
There are a few, and they're not on the list. They're actually, Adams Middle School is already heat pumps. It was from the beginning when we switched over. They were only gas heaters, and we went whole hog and went with heat pumps on Adams, so Adams is done. But it is 10 years old.
Well, it's time for all of it to be not just classroom cooling, but a
Air
HVAC.
conditioning.
Right, air conditioning, call it what
HVAC,
it is.
yes.
And do we have a cost to just add the air conditioning to the libraries that have never had any?
That is the $9 million, is it not?
No,
Well,
because you have
without
all
the
the
multi-purpose.
multi-purpose rooms.
Oh,
I don't
multi-purpose
have
rooms,
it,
I'm sorry.
I don't have it itemized, but depending on your discussion, we can get whatever kind of breakdown, you decide as prioritized.
I mean, I'm just curious, because you made such a statement about how big the multi-purpose rooms were.
They are.
And I would also be remiss if I didn't ask that gym at the high school in the August volleyball games, like there have been some pretty brutal, they've got about every fan going known to man.
That's
You're
an
laughing at
enormous air
I know.
conditioning system.
Okay,
to
but
cool a
I mean, at
gymnasium.
least to be able to answer
Yeah.
the question.
I
that we
don't know. I don't
considered
know.
it.
I don't know of a school district, and I know a few, but I don't know of one with an air conditioned gym
No school district
that
has an
I'm aware
air-conditioned
of. I
gym?
mean, not on the coast, maybe in the Inland Empire.
I think we have the most updated, one of the most updated gyms.
Yeah.
I mean, does Costa have an air-conditioned gym? Theirs is pretty new, but
There's got a newer one than we do.
yeah, I don't know. We can find out. I mean, we can always get a quote. We can
Well, I'd
always
just
get a
like
quote.
to know, to have the
And then you can
information, because I
decide.
don't know if you've ever been and had parents come and ask you why there's no air conditioning in the. I'd
Right,
like
so
to
I
know
think
the
maybe
answer.
I think at some point we need, in terms of direction, prioritizing. 'cause
Yes.
Money is finite. So, sounds like libraries is something
Is
that
there a
has come up.
reason there's 3 libraries that don't and the others do?
Do you know, Fred?
It's just probably the luck of the draw. Adams is a newer library, although it is 18 years old. Was remodeled and had air put in it.
I haven't found anything in the documents in my office that kind of talks
I
that
can-
through.
yeah, I That just cannot seems like tell an you equity why. issue.
Like, we need to do that yet, like
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah.
put it in the libraries, it
Yes,
feels like.
please.
If I can go just back to the gyms for a second for you. The return on investment to air condition a gymnasium when you really don't need that much air conditioning. I know it's really hard when you're having a volleyball game, but when they're wrestling in February, it's not very bad.
Right.
So, I mean, you really got to, look at your funds. Can you afford
Right.
to air condition a warehouse?
It doesn't sound like we can. I just want to
No.
be able to
Yeah.
accurately answer the question when you're.
Or maybe there's better options like increased ventilation. You could
Right.
put in
Is there
giant
something we
fans in
can
the
do to-
ceiling. I
yes.
don't know what, but
You can look at that, but it's got real good, it's got great ventilation in it already. You can hear it.
Well, then I'll text you the next time I go in the August and it's
Okay.
sweltering and you could tell me.
Well, we can look at it as an option, and then we can prioritize and decide. But as you can see, we're talking about millions of dollars.
Yep.
And is about a 10-year lifespan. This was started in 2017. So what Dr. Alpern and I would like, at some point sooner than later, is to work with you on a plan to install and replace air conditioning HVAC units so that we're not in a place where things are just breaking down and we're reacting. So we're trying to be proactive about this and get this kind of going. And obviously budgeting and, that's another part of this.
Where is this funding coming from?
Measure S.
It is part of Measure S.
We can use it exclusively out of Measure S. We also have some deferred maintenance dollars that not this much deferred maintenance dollars, but we could split it with deferred maintenance dollars and Measure S.
And are we giving up something from Measure S when we do that because we didn't budget that ahead of time?
Well, you did, because
It's part of
all the modernization was
part
global,
of
and HVAC was itemized on the ballot.
Okay.
We have consultants here. Do they have anything they'd like to add for our education?
First off, hi, good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm Veronica Vargas. I've been here before with ESG, like Dr. Alpern said, and I'm joined by one of our engineers, Thomas Seuss. So he's actually all of the brains here. So if you have a specific question as far as what we looked at, what our plan was, or anything to expand on that, we can definitely do that. But Fred did a great job of kind of covering the general scope. And again, with more direction, that's when we can kind of narrow everything for you.
So one of the questions I would have then is, we talk a lot about classroom cooling. Obviously, heating is important too. But as we saw during the pandemic, ventilation and air filtration is important too. So I would just ask that any designs we're looking at really include high quality, whether it's MERV 13 or otherwise, the type of air filtering you might want just during cold and flu season, let alone something more significant.
Absolutely, yeah. And what we're doing is we take a really co-authored approach. So we've been really hand in hand with Fred and Dr. Alpern, and we're doing, it's kind of conceptual right now. Once we get, a little bit closer to things, that's when we get really nitty gritty on the design. And then the engineers come together with, the team here, and that's when we make the best, from the budget that we're given, and that you decide on, and then what is, necessary because, it's going to be a DSA project for the first portion of it. And then, of course, what your insights are.
And then as part of this project at all, are we looking at other energy efficiency improvements, installation, anything else for modernization projects?
We're already well insulated, have solar glass. We've done quite a few things energy-wise over the past 18 years I've been here, quite a bit. But I would say on the air quality, current codes require that we put in CO2 sensors, of course, the higher MERV filtration. There's many things that we'll do, but the code covers pretty well covers it on air quality.
Can these operate if you have to open the doors and windows again, God forbid?
Excuse me?
You know how Dr. Alpern said that a lot of ours we lost life because we had to operate our air conditioning with the windows and the doors open during the
Well,
pandemic.
they told us we had to operate our
Yes.
air conditioning with the doors and windows open. There was nothing about shutting it off. It
No,
had
no,
to
no,
be
no.
run because
Right,
it's a
they
filtration.
said to run it, yes.
Right, so that
But
was,
if that, God forbid, was told to us with these new units, would it destroy them too?
it's like any unit is
It
not
would.
designed to run 24, run full-time, full bore
Okay.
I mean, it'd be like sitting in your car with your foot on the gas, not going anywhere. You know, eventually,
Yeah.
it's going to hurt it. That's really not the best way to operate,
Ever.
ever. But it would be nice if we put these in to put door contactors on, so if you open the door, the air turns off.
Yes, is that part of the plan?
Not yet.
We can.
So,
That's
Doc,
easy.
Depends on the budget.
so
Yeah, no.
Dr. Wesley, this looks, and I love it. We're being proactive. We don't want to wait until units are broken down and our teachers and our students are sweltering in heat. So this is more of a strategic plan moving forward that
Yes.
you're trying to develop. Thank you so much. Information that would be appreciated in what we would need eventually to make our own decision, obviously, is when you build out whatever the units are, their life expectancy, ways that they're going to be more efficient, including reduction of manpower to maintain and do all those things that you've had to add human resources to. So all that piece of information, obviously, this board needs to make a determination as to what are our priorities. Multipurpose room, libraries, classrooms. That's priorities. But I think we're at the very beginning, right? This is just putting it out so that we're aware this is going to be coming down the pipe for us.
Right, so we'll,
And- So I was going to say, and I'd like to understand as well the cost for the multipurpose rooms, because while I would like to see cooling in there, the cost is a concern because
Right.
it is a
I mean,
finance.
maybe
So,
that's not,
yeah, that might not be a priority for me.
Right,
we
and
can-
this slide is an overview, so clearly breaking
Right.
it down into further detail between multipurpose room, and also not just for this board, but for our community and our parents to understand how much usage we have in our multipurpose room. Libraries, everyone's like, oh yeah, it's a library. And this many, every student at our elementary school goes into the library. So that kind of information then allows us to figure out, well, yeah, is our priority libraries and classrooms first, then multipurpose, et cetera?
Yeah, and I think that's fair because, the reason that I would argue the libraries over multipurpose rooms is because the libraries are used by students and staff during the school day, every single day of the school year. The multipurpose rooms are used for kids to go into a cafeteria line. They don't eat in any of the multipurpose rooms for lunch, except the middle school. One middle school uses it for lunchtime. And otherwise, it's primarily an after-school, evening, and weekend. Yeah.
so that's
after-school
part
kind
of the
use.
information we can provide
Yeah,
you.
we can provide that.
Yeah, Ms. Archer, and an update, and then we can agendize this and after you have that information to get more direction in terms of prioritization.
how fast can we air condition the libraries if we ever decide that was
Well,
approved?
remember, these have to go through DSA.
All right.
So it's at least a year out.
So the sooner we decide to air condition the libraries, the better. Like if that was in phase one?
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
there seems to be support for that.
yeah. So our goal would be to try to get an idea of the phases so that we can begin phase one with DSA and get that going.
And really, we didn't ask for price estimates for these other phases because, again, it's so far out for us to be able to estimate
assumptions.
exactly. As it is, these are estimates.
and what's the difference between round one with 4 and round one of 5?
Toledo.
Cost.
Well, right, but I mean,
One has Toledo.
and why wouldn't we, okay.
How much money do you want to spend now? How much money do you want to spend later?
And one of the
But
criticisms.
it all has to be done.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Another
So-
question you may have, because I had, was when you're looking at a school like Bernie or Burrell, and you say, well, wait a minute, there's more than 18 or 12 classrooms. That is because of the modular buildings that were put in that
Those
have the
came
air
with them.
conditioning. So that's why we're still talking about updating the ones that haven't been updated recently.
And one of the criticisms I always hear is, well, I don't have AC at home. Why do you need them at schools? And if they've never been to a classroom with 35 kids that just run in from recess sweating, you wouldn't understand that. But I think our teenagers, so yeah, making sure we do have working units in all of our classrooms, I would say, is probably my top priority, and then everything else.
And it sounds like a better system than what we have.
Yes.
Why
Well, they're bigger heat
the other
pumps.
piece of why the previous board 10 years ago decided to go with elementary schools first And the same thing when we see failures of the HVAC systems, our staff go in to try to fix at the elementary first. And that's primarily because with young children, they're not always able to self-regulate and self-monitor. So it's much more likely that a child would get overheated at maybe recess and then come into the classroom and not really understand how to, when they need to ask for help. And so we want to make sure that our youngest kids who are in the same space all day long really are taken care of first over our teenagers who are moving from classroom to classroom.
I have a question about the replacement systems.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like we didn't put air in the libraries at Alta Vista, Lincoln, and Washington.
Correct.
Why don't we prioritize Alta Vista, Lincoln, and Washington in round one for the replacement systems?
We could do that.
For the libraries or for?
For the replacement systems. I'm just saying, why are we picking Burl, Bernie, Jefferson, Madison? It's kind of, I feel like these three schools didn't get it in their libraries when other schools did, and now we're picking again.
Okay, so the conversation is kind of separating out classroom versus non-classroom situations. So maybe in the discussion that the board has around HVAC in libraries, that you put in those three schools as your first priority. Your next priority would be replacing in the libraries that already have it but need replacement. And, and priorities even within the library category.
Right.
As opposed to looking at whole classrooms.
Well, I just don't want us to continue the same cycle of putting certain schools second over other schools.
Right, so that's why I separated out and tried to show the HVAC expansion plan at the top, separate from talking about whole school. So maybe it should say round two. Instead of saying round one for those schools, maybe that should say round two.
What are you
And
recommending,
round one
Rachel?
be the top group.
I'm recommending that in round one of 4 school replacement systems,
Yes.
instead of Burl, Bernie, Jefferson, Madison, we put Alta Vista, Lincoln, and Washington.
Yeah, so that's
And-
what Annette is saying, that if we were to bring this back to you, the very top part would be round one, libraries at the schools that don't have it.
Separate and apart. They get they deserve the libraries. They don't have it. Everyone else
Right,
does.
right.
So now let's prioritize them and show them that, look,
You're saying
we know,
classrooms as well.
we know you didn't get your libraries 4 years ago when everyone else
Why
did.
don't I go back and identify what summer each of those elementary schools received their HVAC? Just see whether it was
I'm just saying, let's
2017
try
or 2019.
Let's try to equalize it among the elementary schools so
Yeah.
that
Yep.
everybody's getting something at the same time or getting,
Yep.
recognized.
I think the libraries are certainly an equity issue. I don't know why some schools would have something and others don't. But for the replacements, I would just want to do it based on when
How
they
old
need
they
it.
are.
Yeah.
Because we don't
Just
want to
as-
replace them if they're 8 years old
Yeah.
or 7 years old.
That
necessarily.
would be fair, but
Yeah,
I
we
think we need to
get
know
them in
that.
phase 3.
Yeah, I will find that out.
Okay, we wrote down the information. Any other information you want us to provide you before we discuss this again at a future meeting?
Just say thank you for coming out tonight. Sorry you had to stick around for so long.
No problem at
But
all.
appreciate you working with us and providing your expert feedback.
Yeah. I can speak to the libraries a little bit, because I've been here for 19 years, actually 20. Some of the libraries, like Toledo, off the top of my head, Jefferson, were also computer labs. So we had to air condition them or you wouldn't be able to sit in them. Now, the labs have gone away, and now they're libraries. So that's where you have the discrepancy on library and computer lab. Say at Bernie's computer lab was in a little room in the main.
Separate classroom, yep.
Yeah,
I
little
remember
room.
it, yep.
Then we moved it over to the MP room
Yep.
where we put air conditioning in for that lab. So part of their library, a very small part, is
Is air
air
conditioning,
conditioning.
which is
That's
why it
where
needs to-
That's where the the delta is. It was,
That makes sense.
it was, all these things come back to me.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very helpful to know. Thank you.
District historian.
Any other questions or comments at this point?
Thank you.
All right, thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on next to announcements and communications, starting with Board Member Archer.
Yeah, I got to attend the back to school night at Paris, at the high school, and Dreisler, and there are so few opportunities for parents at middle school and high school to be on campus, period. So it was really nice to be able to walk into classrooms. Love to see ASB, cheer, ROTC, all the kids out there volunteering and helping to direct parents across our high school and our middle school. And yes, teachers who have been there all day and still cheerful talking to the parents. And so it was really great. Lots of great energy. So thank you for that. I got to attend our Assemblyman Al Maritucci's legislative breakfast with Mr. Cho and Mr. Elder. And our Assemblyman continues to advocate for education. We talked about housing for teachers and first responder. And so he is just, and talking about funding and just explaining it to all the other attendees about what it is, like to try and get funding for public education when you have so many things pulling at you in Sacramento. So, but he continues to advocate for us. So that was really, really nice to have that opportunity to spend time with him. Obviously, the 100th birthday at Burrell was amazing, not just to see teachers that had retired, really retired. And they came back and they were so cute. And there was a big picture. But what was really cool was I met 4 families with babies. And I'm like, come on into our school district. They were just excited. They're in the neighborhood. And they're like, we just wanted to see what this was going on over here. And so I'm hopeful there will be future RBUSD parents and students. And then I wanted to do a quick shout out to an RUHS security staff, Mitchell Yonamura. He is at the gate over by Vincent, the roundabout there. I drop my son off there, and every morning when I drop him off on just Tuesdays and Thursday, Mitchell fist pumps every kid that walks through that gate. And talk about being recognized. First thing, whatever your morning was like, he walks in and he doesn't care. You don't pass him. You got to get a fist pump in. So a couple of weeks ago, I challenged my son, and I said, you need to introduce yourself to him. He goes, what? And I was like, you know what? And you know what? He did. And now there's a smile. And so I just want to thank Mitchell for that fist pump every morning for every kid that walks through that gate.
It's wonderful. Thank you. Board Member Silverman-Nevis.
Quickly, I just wanted to say I was at the Adams Back to School night, and I went early because there was a band performance. And I'm not kidding you, I was blown away listening to these kids. I had no idea that the Adams Band had expanded and what they were doing. So that was really enjoyable. And with that, we can move on.
Excellent. Board Clerk Flynn.
I enjoyed the back to school nights. They were all amazing, and that 100th anniversary celebration. And I have to say, I enjoyed seeing a very full boardroom with all of our teachers, some of whom I haven't seen for a while. So it was, and I know they have lots of better things that they want to do on a Tuesday evening. So it was nice. I know you're always there, the faithful. You stay till the bitter end, but thank you very much for being engaged with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Board Vice President Cho.
Thank you. Mine's a little long. Please bear with me. As mentioned by Dr. Wesley, September has been a very busy month, and I had an awesome opportunity to tour the Northrop Grumman campus in Redondo Beach. I've driven that place probably over 1,000 times. I just didn't realize what was happening in there. In conjunction with their other campus in Manhattan Beach, what I learned is they bring sand, silicon, right, and turns into chips, and on the other end, Redondo Beach side, comes out a fully built satellite, James Webb Telescope. came out of that facility. Unlike other defense contractors and whatnot, this particular company does everything there on site. And that visit was coordinated by Dr. Toronto. Our principal, Mr. Brown, was there, and 3 city council members, Councilmember Paige Kalajirovich, Brett Waller, and Chadwick Kessel. We were all blown away at what they were doing, and particularly from our perspective, it created it opened my eyes to not only just CTE pathways, they're all obviously engineers, but because they do everything in-house, we also need electricians, plumbers, food services, IT personnel. Just about anything you can imagine, it was right there. And some of the engineers who gave us tours grew up in Redondo, went to Redondo school system, went to college, came back, and works there. And now they raise family in Redondo Beach. It was an amazing experience. It's great to see. And this is one of the examples of our school district always looking at outside to see what else we can do for our students' future. The next day, I also had an opportunity to visit Western States Carpenters Union Training Facility in Carson, again with Dr. Toronto and Mr. Brown. It was a brand new facility with a lot of stuff happening, and the particular part that I enjoyed the most was one of the trainer was shouting out to us, because it's so loud in there, to all the school board members and elected officials, that you need math. You need algebra, geometry, and trig. So that was the music to my ears, which led to the next activity I participated in the following week, Pilot and Implementation Committee, led by Dr. Garland. This is the secondary math implementation team, and we strictly focus on how to pilot and implement. And I share that experience as well with our teachers, how important the math is for everybody, and everybody is a math person. That was also highlighted by attending the teacher of the event, where we honored Mr. Nick Sklorenko. Is that right? Sorry, Nick. Sklorenko, yes. And it was a great experience to be there, surrounded by excellent educators, and particularly our #1 teacher. And I'll be remiss not having mentioned, if I didn't mention the having attended Redondo Union High School a CPAC meeting. It's another something else that our school district does and our school does. Special Education Parent Advisory Council. Mr. Brown was in attendance. He shared his own experience of his personal stories. We had district office personnel there, and just a whole bunch of parents, about 60 of us, sharing, and they all walked away feeling that they're well supported. Their students will have their journey, and their journey will be fulfilled. And we also recently, last week, had a teen center on Grant and Perry Park. That structure had been abandoned for some time and overridden by a local gang for a number of years. Thanks to our recently retired city attorney, Mike Webb, and Redondo Beach Police Department, they cleaned that place up. And the city invested quite a bit of money rehabbing the building. And this is the cool part. As you may remember, the city resurrected Youth Commission. This commission is like any other commission city runs, planning commission and all the any other commissions, except that it's filled with 12 teenagers from our city. All of them except for one attend Redondo Beach secondary schools. And they decided what they're going to put in. They had come up with a budget. They have requested expenditure from city council, which they granted. They used that money to buy furniture, sound system, games. It was a great event because we also had lots of students and parents came by. It was well attended. We thank the city for having that foresight and listening to youth saying, we have all these parks for little kids. What about us? Well, you guys have skate park. Well, we don't, not everybody skates. So there's sort of an answer to that input. And that facility, from what I was told, will have staff, but the way it runs and how it runs will be up to the Youth Commission to direct their staff to do more work. So I was very impressed by our youth and our students participating in activities outside of schools as well into the community. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll echo just slightly what others have said, but things like the Barrel Heights Centennial Celebration was just incredible, all the work that went into that. The thing I loved is seeing how much things have changed from 100 years ago, and how different our community is, how different our needs are, land use, everything else is different, but you can still see throughout 100 years how important education is. So I just loved seeing that, being the center of the community. That was wonderful. Back to school nights are, of course, fantastic. I love going to those, both as a parent and seeing what my kid gets to do in the classroom, who he's learning from, learn about all the amazing things that they're doing. Wish I could go back myself. And it's also great as a board member getting to be there and thank our teachers for the passion and dedication they bring to our students. It is a lot of work, and it is greatly appreciated, but I love being able to be part of that. The Teen Center, one of the things I thought was particularly fun was the band was a student band, and I recognized quite a few Adams kids in it. Some of them were my daughter's friends, so she was like, wait, what? They're in a band? So that was a lot of fun. I love seeing the city working with the Youth Commission and what they're coming up with. Just a tremendous partnership there. A few things on the legislative side. As Board Member Hahn mentioned, we had the Chamber of Commerce breakfast with Assemblymember Miritsuchi. It's important that we go to those and we advocate for things like the higher LCFF base. Talked to him as well about the AB 28 funding and the fact that these lawsuits, some of these settlements are costing school districts a quarter of their annual budget. From the conversations I've had, it does not sound like there will be more funding from the state coming for that. So that's another one of those kind of unfunded mandates, but or barely funded mandates, since I did give some funding for that. But that's still an area of huge concern we'll continue to advocate for. Anyone who's interested in advocating for additional school funding, though, please talk to your legislators, advocate for higher LCFF base, because a lot of those categorical funds bypass us. There's a lot of different ways that money can either come to us or go to somewhere else or not come to anyone at all, and we need everyone's voices together to get full and fair funding for our schools. Other thing to be aware of, I have not checked the news lately, but there's a potential of a federal shutdown. It's happened. Okay, so the federal government is shutting down. That's fun. The immediate impacts are probably minimal to none legally, but again, there's been a lot of threats made of withholding funding, shutting down the Department of Education, a lot of other things. So there's a lot of unknown right now, on top of all the other uncertainty and fear in our community from other federal activities. So it's just something we need to be aware of, continue to advocate for, use our voice, because all these things ultimately hurt students, and that's who we're here for. So please, everyone, use your voice, advocate for them. And of course, our students too, your voices are incredibly powerful. You don't realize it, but when students speak, we listen. You just had to see Otis tonight to see what an impact one student can make. So with that said.
Mr. Elder, I apologize. I did not have my glasses on all the way and I missed a step. There was a private tour given by Dr. Wesley. I want to thank her for having dedicated the entire Saturday morning with our volunteer, Terry Martinez, showing up what this wonderful high school offers. And one other thing that, and this was to our PTA presidents, our invitation was made to our city council members. One of the city council members came and just learned that how much of our city and school district worked together for the community back in 120 years ago, 1924, I think it was, when they actually shared some of the buildings. Was a great learning experience, and also highlighted how hard our teachers work every day to make this large high school work well. So I want to say thank you for our teachers as well, and thank you, Dr. Wesley, once again, for giving that very intimate and insightful tour.
Thank you. That brings us to the calendar of events. October 2nd is a local holiday. It's non-work, non-student day. October 3rd is Professional Development Day, district-wide, but it is a non-student day. Thank you to our teachers for being here. October 14th is our regular Board of Education meeting right here at 5:30 p.m. And we are going to reconvene to closed session for item 3.7, conference with real property negotiators. If I can get a motion and a second.
Mr. Elder, do we need to extend our meeting? It looks like we can go past 8 o'clock.
It's 8:30.
8:30?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I apologize.
Nope, always good to check. Hopefully we do not go past 8:30. Is there a motion and a second to reconvene the closed session?
So moved.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, we will be. Right. We are reconvened to open session at 8:28 p.m. In closed session, we discussed and gave direction to staff on item 3.7, conference with real property negotiators. With that, is there a motion and a second to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Very good. We are adjourned.